Good morning, Vietnam and Vietnam Associates. Not a bad pre-market. So I'm going to start her up a little early just so we can have the pre-market running. I've tried a little bit of a new layout with some in-flight entertainment. So when it gets nice and slow, you can watch me playing as India, beating up the Mughal Empire and colonial powers. Just started a campaign in the 1700s, late 1700s in India. So this is Empire Total War that I talked about yesterday. So yeah, I'm gonna just leave this up. I'm gonna get a tiny bit of gameplay in before the market opens. And we'll just ride this baby. See how it is. I also got my holdings up on the top there. I got 350 currently rolling with. And we're just going to ignore the gaping hole left by that put. That is not going to pay out unless we fatally crash before Friday. So here we go. One way or another, I'm going to make some money. Civ 5 is completely different. Civilization's kind of, how to put it, almost like a tabletop game. You take your units, you move them, and you crush based on rock, paper, scissors. But all the Total Wars require positioning, and it's all about having the right units within range at the right time. So you're layering, much like real combat of that era. You have to rock, paper, scissors to some extent, light, heavy, cavalry, missile, artillery. They all counter kind of each other, but at the end of the day, it's all about making sure, you know, you don't have to run your light troop, or actually worse, run your heavy troops halfway across a battlefield to plug a hole, right? So, anyways, that's kind of what we're doing here. So, colonial combat is more about trying to make L shapes whenever possible. So you have riflemen firing one direction, and I think it's deflayed, enflayed. You have another guy on a 90-degree firing across them and break their morale basically because they're getting peppered to death. And you never, ever, ever, ever position troops facing each other or near each other because muskets have like a 30% chance of going forwards. That's why they stood in lines. So no one got killed when the thing hooked left. So, anyways, I'm gonna get some stuff in here. Yeah, I clocked a lot of hours in Civ 5, but you know that was a long time ago, wasn't it? We're on Civ 6, aren't we? Or maybe we're on 5. Maybe it was Civ 4. Oh, maybe it was Civ 4. I clocked God knows how many hours in that. Yeah. Yeah. It's a nice hex game. If you want to get a little bit more hardcore with hex, I find this very relaxing because it's not hard for me. I'm not playing on the most ridiculous setting either. But you should look at Steel Panthers. It's a total hex game, but that one will rustle your jimmies. That is a hard fucking game. A little less city management, and a whole lot more proper combat. Anyways, I'm gonna get my 10 minutes in while you guys chill. All right, we're 30 seconds to open. My dashboard decided to close. Just getting it reloaded. Okay, and we open. A little bit up, not bad. All right. Okay, so far so good. Nothing really to report. We're in the opening salvos, firing some rounds back and forth. Battle progresses well. Your in-flight entertainment. The green is about to clash with the orange stock. The bag holders versus the loyalist AMCs. And they are routed. Now to mop them up and call it a trading day. So we're seeing weakness a little early, but red's also not putting up much of a fight. So this should keep going up, it looks like. But again, the opening salvos, they set the tone, but they don't guarantee anything. The market's neutral to meh. Volume is low, considering we're only at 15 million on open. We'll see. So good breakout with a bit of a retraction, but that's setting the tone for an aggressive run up today. Not bad. And that was a $5 million boost right there. Or sorry, 5 million volume boost right there. It's now 21 million volume. It's pretty good. Looks like we're gonna go for a run. Decent. There, and the bottom will be the seconds graph. So you can see the last, these are in 5-second increments at the bottom here, or right here. And so you can see the volume come in a little bit better. So if you're looking at the chart, you can look at the bottom here, or you can look up here and get a feel for the general tone. This is, I think, per tick per second. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's a second. So that's saying this second's red, this second's green, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But you can see like the volume coming in here dwarfs the volume that was. Those are large pushes there. So we want to try to stay above this line if possible. I don't know if we can, because it looks like it's going to go red. And I'm going to fire up my sell order in case it busts that line. It's hesitating. Thinking about it. Oh, there it is. And I was too slow. So I'll let green push it back. Not good. Green pushed it back, but was unable to completely push it. Selling pressure's ramping up. I think green's going to be able to push it, though. People are going to try to buy this dip. Instead of trying to wait for the red to finish, they're going to just keep buying it. Red is overwhelming them, though. Come on, green. It's 50-50. It's looking good. You can see on the bottom, green is starting to ramp up with considerable volume. But it's not making any price action. Now we're just ramping down. There, I'll make it a little smaller so you can see a little bit more. Yeah, it got too small for me. Okay, there we go. Still looks like green's going to push, but they're not doing it yet. Come on, green. I can see you want to push. Green's not even trying. They're just kind of floating, which means green's going to come out swinging whenever it decides it's going to commit. So that's, I think, what people are doing. They're trying to time the bottom. So they let it roll, and then as soon as it goes, they pile in. Because you see the volume gets aggressive when it starts to ramp up. But until it ramps up, it basically green just kind of goes to sleep. So you normally don't see it. But when red starts to go to sleep, all of a sudden the whole volume starts to go to sleep because no one's playing. So when normally green should be fighting for its life every minute, and when red goes away, green takes over. In this case, green's not doing anything. So when red goes away, green is still not doing anything until somebody takes the first buy, and then they all pile in trying to drive it up. It's definitely a weird way of stock motion. That's not normal at all, but it doesn't matter. If that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be. But yeah, you can see it in the seconds chart. But green hasn't committed yet. So they're still holding out. And then there's bursts of red. But we need to see a commitment from green. Probably double or triple the current volume. There was a commitment, of course, with that huge green there, but red slapped it. And maybe that spooked them. And they're lining up again. Yeah, it's looking negative. Come on, green. Wake up. Do something. How's the markets? Markets are probably pummeling us too. Let's see. Yeah. None. Not bad, but that's the one we're most closely tied to. And of course, this bad boy's wasn't doing so well either. So, not bad, I guess. We're still floating semi-positively with all that crap weighing us down. Let's put those guys up. New price scale. grayscale. Okay. Okay, and we'll leave those up for reference. Okay. It won't let me pin that. 1 second. Done. I'm just going to try something. Let me know if you can see the animation. Did that show up? Okay. I'm using a new OBS that integrates with the Steam Labs, or with not Steam, but a different Streamlabs. Sorry. Okay. So I can trigger events, and I can see the chat in OBS now. So it's one less window. Okay. Got 2 negatives, and we're still going sideways. Okay. I'm going to take a $23 loss, and I'm going to bail out now, and then I'll catch the upswing. Oh, give me some green here. Push me back. Damn it. I missed it. Now it's a $300 loss. Come on, green. Oh, there it goes, green, pushing it back. Thanks for the sub. Although I'm pretty sure you've subbed already. So you're just trying to get your name up on the board. If I'm wrong, sorry. It's pushing back. Might be able to blail. Yes, every new sub is a heart. But technically you can just unsub, resub. The thing's not smart. But it screws up my numbers if you unsub, resub, because it makes YouTube think that I'm an evil person. All right. I'm getting a push here. I was watching to bail out, but it stopped. Gonna still look like I need to bail out soon. We got an uptick on GME, but the Dow is not having it. GME is getting a little bit of a push. That's what's helping us out, but I don't think this is gonna hold. So I'm gonna bail. Yeah, and I'll take my $184. Okay. And then I will buy back in. Let it settle down. Yes, I technically can, I believe, but it screws up the stats. And it looks like they're doing construction over my head again. Motherfucker. It's Gondor. They call for aid. That's what it sounds like. I haven't looked lately. Last time I looked, it was good. I think I lost about 6 subscribers last month, but it was mostly shaking out the. So up until last like week or so, I shouldn't say last month, I had just constant growth. I didn't even know it showed unsubscribes. But when we started trying out new titles and we got a little bit more aggressive against the garbage that's on YouTube, we lost a few of the hype boys. Um, and I keep getting sub unsub because of friggin' belts. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh no, I lost another one. And then I'm like, oh, it's belts. But it counts it as a negative subscriber. Then later it counts it as a positive subscriber. Yeah, which is why I'm saying it mangles my stats because it considers them as resubs. So you're trying to capture people that you've lost from a marketing standpoint. I don't really fucking care. I'm just going to trade stocks with or without a fan base. But it's nice to look at, what works, what's more appealing, how can I make this better, right? Which is why I look at the stats. Because I don't mind trying new things as long as it's not a hassle for me. Yeah, and I actually thought the background color was going to F me up a lot, but it turns out as long as the color on the sticks are green and red, I'm okay. The background doesn't matter. But the zoom level and the color, I need them to be mine or it's going to get real wonky for me. Can't make decisions properly. Because I've clocked like 5 years in TradingView. I've seen this silly window for 5 years almost daily. Oh my God. We go way back, TradingView. Way back. And strangely, I'm still learning how to use this damn thing. I got to move windows around and stuff. Or middle mouse button, I just found out deletes. I must have found that out within my 5 years tenor, but I must have forgot. Am I currently out of the market? Yeah, I'm out of the market. Yeah. Yeah, I could just buy my subs. But still, $25? That's nothing. Sorry, for 500 subs, that's nothing. Yeah. I'd like to pay $1 for 1,000 subs. That'd be good. I'll take cold cut with Swiss cheese, lightly toasted. Thanks. So I'm just letting this level out, and then I'll buy back in, and then I'll get back to my game once this settles down. Right now, it's a little too quick moving for me to look away. All right. Like we're getting a new bottom here. So we had a little bit of a push here, but I think that was kind of like a last hurrah brought up by GME. You can see the blue here is GME today. So they pushed us up and we went with them, but we're still on a downwards negatory. We started off pretty decent It looked good, but I guess now looking at the broader market, we're probably being weighed down considerably. But the energy looks good. It looks like under the surface, AMC is happy and wants to go up. Whether or not it can is a different story. Yeah, definitely not circling the drain. We've seen bad days where it's just red, 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 negativity. Green does nothing. Here, green looks like it's there, but it's kind of muted. But they are putting out decent volume. They're not completely rolling over. And then we can see their tolerance. So when red pushes, we want to see how fast and how much green reacts. So like here, that's not bad. That's actually quite good now. But see, they couldn't hold it. So then that shows red is in control. So green did react properly, but not enough. And then red came back and just squished them. So that speaks to it going down, but at least green is there, if not weak. At least at this very second. So things can change, right? You know, by the minute. A big fish or something, but it tells you what's going on at the moment. If all things stay the same, green's going to have these little bursts of strength, but red is definitely not weak today. So GME's going up. And we're going up very slowly. There's a burst. That was a 150,000 share burst. There's a second one. So here's FOMO. Let's see how red reacts. So you can see in the seconds chart at the bottom there, there was just a burst of volume, and red is now reacting with half. Green's counter swinging. That's a huge push from green. So how's red going to react? Ooh, red reacts with a huge one, but it's not enough. Green's going to go for it. Oh, yeah, let's get in on this one. GME is pushing. All right, I'm in. Gonna get in on this red here. So this is the profit taking, and now we're gonna go for a second push. Okay. Come on, green. Green showing weakness. Just consolidating. I think it's just resting before the next push. GME is still inflected up. And the Dow's starting to go up as well. So it's just a matter of time before we get our push. Come on. Do, 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 do. There we go. So as soon as that red gets closed, I think we're going to see green push. FOMO's going to kick in. And we'll get a technical breakout when we go over this stick right here. And I'll bail if we go below that gray line. Oof, nice chunk of volume there. It's always good when the volume chart starts to move, because that means the volume so much it's pushing down the volume chart. Yeah. See if we bounce off this line a little bit. Come on, green. Good point. Yeah, we're hitting a psychological 60. I should have noticed that too. Yeah, that explains why like that touch and crash. You're breaking all these sell limits. But you can definitely see under the surface, we're definitely aggressive today. Both sides. Red wants to go down and green really wants to go up. It's going to get violent. But volatility is good. That's how you make your monies. Sleepy Joe days are no fun. They're the worst. It's trying for a breakdown. Green's doing a good job of holding it back. GME is crested. Dow's still going up. We should be okay. GME will probably tick up. As long as there's no sudden drop in either of those lines. I think we might be okay. Ugh. And we're avoiding the technical breakdown, which is those sticks. If we get below the sticks to our left, that gray line is more of an indicator of when things are going bad, but the technical breakdown's right here. I shift this over because time has gone by. Busted. Excellent. Look at that volume spike. Oof. And GME's going up. I think we're leading and GME is following. Tom. Oh yeah, printing dollars. I hope you're in, Freedom. It's all good. Just looking out for you. Still looking good. Very little red resistance, even though GME is ticking down. I think they're going to still try. This will be the big red. Breather on the way up. Okay, Tom Trey. Not even how you use a dead cat. Although I guess maybe you could stretch it. It's always been a dead cat. Tom trades. Yeah. You just yell random phrases. Gorilla Gang, Dead Cat, George W, 360 No Scope. All right, I'm gonna bail on this. Capture my profits. Okay. That's my my put if you want to bask in how bad it looks. Rip. do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Flying parrot? Really? That's a thing? That is not a flying parrot. It's an X-parrot. It's expired. No, it's just resting. It's pining for the fjords. You've nailed his feet. It's expired. It ceased to exist. It's deceased. So good. So we're pushing, but everyone else is leveled out. Get close to 10:30. So there's a tiny wedge here. So this is the bottom of the wedge, which will lead to a technical breakdown. We bounced off the bottom. And the top of the wedge will be basically over this candle we are in. So if we completely destroy this candle, we'll go up. If we don't, then we have to beat this candle in future candles. Yeah. You can never predict tops or bottoms, Larry, because you don't know how aggressive people are going to be, I guess, right? So the only thing I can kind of say with some certainty is that our stock can move about 30% a day is about our average. So you basically can go up or down 30% if you want to set your alerts or whatever. I would say any alert after maybe 12 or 15% is worth knowing. But this stock can swing violently, right? which is why I play it, because it's a cash cow. As long as you catching the swings right. Okay, I can probably play for a second why this moves its butt. Green's gonna try to push. Will they be successful? Looks like they're going to be. Might be able to make a few pennies here. Good push. Might have missed it. Nope. Still gonna go. What the hell? There we go. For some reason, it took a while for my order to go through. That took a bit of time. All right. Yeah, I set that order like minutes ago, and it's like, where the fuck's my 350 shares? I'm missing out here. No, she's gonna keep pushing. Sweet. Descending scallop. 5-star course dinner with champagne on the side. Apparently I can't fight him. All right. The best place to get in is just before it breaks out. That's the safest place to get in. Okay. She's definitely gassing it. I see you're having fun, Tom. Not getting a lot of work done today. So productive. Just tossed in some general support lines and resistance lines, depending which way we're going. I guess they're all resistance lines because they're above. It's generally not a guarantee, though, Tom. Usually, breaking the all-time high, depending on when it is, it actually will trigger a sell-off because that's, hitting the whatever. I would argue in this case you're right, though. just because the momentum we have, it's just going to be a catalyst. It's not going to be a sell-off point. So we're only 10 cents away from it, and we're in the middle of a run. So there's no friggin' way we're turning around now. Yeah, so we just broke the all-time high, and see there was a sell-off. We went from 50 to 35 to 25 in a millisecond. So that's usually what happens, right? But we have enough momentum behind us that little slap down isn't going to cause a reversal. Yeah. So there, we break the all-time high again, slap down 10 cents, 20 cents. Okay. But we're continuously breaking the all-time high. Broke it again, slap. Broke it again. Nope, not this time, sorry. That one. Broke it again, slap. Are we going to break it again? Nope, getting slapped. Almost. Broke it again. Yeah. So, oh, now we floored it. 81, 80. Is this going to be the final without the slap? No, red still keeps slapping us. Broke it again. Broke it again. Oh, we're trying. We're trying. Eventually one of these is going to... Oh, broke it again. Broke it again. Now we have 64 to deal with, which will be a psychological line. Punched over it. See it rubber band us back, though. Oh, we're punching. And we're getting pulled back now. Yep, we got pulled back. Now we can go through. Now we're going to push it. Yep, already up 24 cents. Anyway, so that's basically the behavior. So this stock's playing as I would expect. Right now we're getting dragged back because we're over 64. But eventually, as long as we keep this pressure, we'll break through all the selling, which is what we're doing right now. And eventually we'll be able to run to, I guess, 65, 66, and so forth. So, well, now's probably a good time to get in, Zeus. We're in the process of a bull run, and it doesn't look like it's turning around anytime soon. Oh, man, Tom. Everything Tom touches turns to gold. Oh, I need the other indicators up. Okay. We're showing weakness. Okay. All right, I'm out. Even though it probably will keep going up, I'm going to bail out, lock in the profits, and I'll buy back in when it's safe, which is coming up soon. Yeah, that GME nosedive's going to weigh on us. Do, 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 do. And struggling. Struggling. Yeah, that doesn't work that way, Tom, but okay. Personally, when our volume is 4/6 of GME, I think it's because the moon is in retrograde and Venus is aligned with Mars. The correlation between the causation of the astral bodies clearly impacts the derivative numbers of this stock. I don't know. That's all the bullshit I can pull out of my ass on a spot. Correlation does not equal causation. That is a big one in logic and in the stock market. We can draw correlations, but we can't rely on them to be causation because we don't know and we can't know half the time. And by the time we do know, it's already old news. So we just got to play it tight and see where it goes. Drive the price down. Well, I'd hold out now because we're off the top. So now it's about 50-50 if it's going to go up. Your next buy-in point would be when it breaks over here. Then you buy on the upswing. But if it gets below here, it's basically going to go down. So right now it's just no man's land and you don't touch it if you want to play it safe, which means I get to play another round. right. Looks like it's charging up. So here, red should be taking over because green weakened. But if red doesn't show any strength, then green's going to take over and push up. This is just a rest before a lift. I'll give it one more minute. And if we don't see any severe red, then I'll buy in. No, GME's tanking. The market is red across the board. Dow's leveling out though, but starting to get into dangerous waters here. So we also never had our 1030 dip, right? So we're probably in for a mega crash. Something to bring us down to 60. Even though green wants us to go up. It looks like GME is doing their 1030 dip, and we just haven't played into it yet. And then what makes this dangerous is just you got too many things going on. So the 1030 dip or a dip needs to happen. It's not happening. We're going up, but gravity's going to take over. So you don't know which one's going to win at what time. So then it becomes less understandable, the market, and it becomes more erratic. And then that becomes dangerous because it can just quickly 360. It looks like it's going to do a breakout though. So that was because it went over here. This will be the real breakout though, over this line. Banks don't know anything about greed. Yeah, I still wouldn't touch this. Too dangerous. Oh. And I'm in. Okay. Getting in on that one. It goes over that line, then we should run. GME's leveling out, so that should help. So that was a touch and a crash, but that's not bad. That's temporary. So it's that's equivalency of a bounce. So that's what I could feel under the surface was going to happen, but I wanted to get in. So I'm going to just have to ride it out, get in before the run up. But that was a 2.23% drop, just touching the line. So this would probably be your buy-in point for the upswing. You could wait until it starts swinging up before you get in, or just get in at some point and wait it out while it's on discount. If it gets below that gray line, you'll have to get out, since that's your early warning that things are going wrong. It's fine. See how green reacts. Dun, 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 dun. Volume's pretty low. We're moving around on a serious clip here. We're moving at about 100,000 shares. That's about 200,000 shares. The hell's wrong with my volume? This is showing low volume, but we aren't low at all. Maybe we're low in comparison to this. 33. Oh, that's why. That was so big. Yeah, we're definitely much higher volume than previous. We're moving along at a pretty decent clip. Okay, those lines don't mean anything. They're just for my reference. Yeah, it looks like we're going to try to push again. We're failing to make new lows, but we should break up, which will be awesome. Thank you for the sub, Kimchi. I guess that's Michael Lee. All right. Dun, dun. Whew. Oh, that's some heavy negativity. Oof. There's a lot of green in there, though. Trying to stop that drop. See if it carries through, though. So someone hit a buy limit when selling. Someone set up a 62 buy limit. Ugh. But that's not a good sign. Red, red, red. Come on, green. Turn this around. GME is inflecting up. That should help. It's not going anywhere. Doesn't look good. Looks like it's going to push new lows. I want to see some green so I can bail out at a reasonable level. Maybe GAB will uptick. We'll get a saving grace here. Because, yeah, Everyone else is gone. So they can give us some green. Perhaps we'll be able to save off. Because we're definitely trying to go up, but it looks like the weight of the world is kind of pooping on us. But that doesn't mean we can't fight it. All these people playing as things. Trey's Subway Cup. Homer Simpson on a couch. Tom tries to be a regular human being / dog. Man. It's a dog trying to be human. Beep, boop, beep, boop. I don't know what I'm doing. Still gets paid at his work. My master told me to sit here. Gets paid in treats. Yeah, exactly. No one's noticed that Tom's a dog. Oh, man. Whatever gets people through the days, I guess. Yeah, that's what I was referencing. There's another one. I think the dog's driving. And I have no idea what I'm doing, lol. Classic memes. All right. Are we going up? So that could have been our dip that we had to pay for. But I'm not 100% sure. GME is starting to inflect up. If we can go another 10 minutes, then it won't matter. At least the Dow is somewhat leveled. There, I'll make the Dow a little bit more jagged, so a little more intense. Green is stopping that. That wasn't a very good stop. They're swatting red now. That's good. Red tried to go down and green just crushed it. So that's a good sign that we'll push. And it looks like we're in it. Yeah. Sweet. That was good. Oof. Somebody's dropping the monies. But we all know what happens with too much too quick. You get the reds. You get the runs. Ah, I got the reds. I ate too much too quick. Yeah, the volume just kicked up. We went from 50,000 every 5 seconds to about 100,000 every 5 seconds. So I guess they were trying to time the dip. And after 1050, the likelihood of a dip is overish. So maybe people were sharing the same fears as me, right? Because I would presume people with a lot of money that are, active traders would think similar to me, not retardedly. So they were probably trying to hold out until the dip is over. And then now they're, FOMOing, which makes the dip over, per se. As long as enough people agree the dip is over, the dip is over, right? If everyone agrees there's going to be no dip, there won't be one. The likelihood is quite low, but, anything is possible. Somebody could take out the entire float if they wanted to. Just buy the whole thing. Anything's possible. That'd be one hell of a power play, though. If you basically bought up a whole bunch of shares at regular price, then you choke out the entire float, driving up the price. Everyone thinks hedgies are trying to short it. They're making money if they drive up the price. There's probably a whole bunch of hedgies that are going long, right? Just like Vanguard did, or probably still is. Even Citadel took out longs, right? But that's probably to help offset their short positions. But yeah, there's just so many people playing, right? You got the short termers, the long termers, the medium, the millionaires, the $2 retails, the retards, the smarts, the dumb money, smart money, everyone. So you have to kind of pick apart who the hell's winning at any given time, or playing for that matter. So now I'm looking to see if that money that got dumped, if they're going to get spooked. Because then this tells me how much tolerance they have for loss or risk. If it's just a quick scalp, or if this person's trying for something a little bit more medium term. And then this also lets me know in the future, how quickly do I have to bail when it goes red? Because I got to get out before this guy fucks things up, right? So I got to get in before him and then out before him. Yeah. If he's going to be an active trader, if that wasn't just a one-off. So that red, he didn't spook, or we would have gone back down to 62. That's good. So we should be seeing FOMO here. That's not a good sign. If we don't see it, just pound. Got to see a little bit more aggression, or they're going to be out of steam. They're thinking about it. Red didn't do anything. This should be a good green then. Yeah. Red just had a moment of weakness there. That should give green a little bit of edge, but they're not taking it. Come on, green, take it before red wakes up. Come on. Red's like mounting fairly light resistance right now, and green is just doing nothing. Green, this is your moment. Gotta seize it. Don't let it slip. Forget about mom's spaghetti. Okay, red just hit us. And green is countering lightly. No, looks like red's in control. Come on, green. Oh, what's this? A glimmer. Oh, there we go. There we go. Red is countering moderately, but a good push. There's your moderate counter. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Red's definitely weaker than they were about 20 minutes ago. Green's definitely more aggressive, but the volume on green and red are both declined. Greens are getting nice bursts, but red's getting more price motion with less volume. So red, basically, if they wake up, their volume increases, will be in a whole lot of trouble because they'll move the needle a lot. That also means that there's less support. So green is coming in bursts. It's not constant. So red is working unopposed. So less volume, more price motion. So when they jump high volume, which is kind of what is going on right now. Now this one has green in it. Green's pushing back. Okay, scratch that. Green at least defeated that. Yeah. That's green's counter push on red. So red ramped up the volume and they basically bought the dip or bought the crash. Now is this going to FOMO? No, see? And it runs out of friggin' steam. Come on. That's a huge volume push. Come on. Commit to it. No, red hit him. Fuck. It's close. It's really close. Either which way. Green was like millimeters from that. And then red's like, meh. They ran out of steam and then red took over. Close. Very close on that one. Damn. All right, are we trying again? Nope, we're leveled. Yeah, that was an intense minute. So close. We're just back and forth, back and forth. Now we're treading a little low for a technical breakdown. We got probably till 62.60, probably. Yeah, or 70. Okay, is this going to hold? Yeah, they're committing. One more. Red weakness. This is going to be green. Yep. Yay. Red show weakness. Yep. Green again. Red's pushing back, but it's not enough. Green's going to crush it. Oh, and green's out of steam. Damn it. Oh, no. What are you doing here? I think green's back. The hell are you doing? No, green's out of steam. It had a one last little burst, and that was it. Damn it. Yeah, because it started to show weakness, which is when red's gonna pounce, and then it's like someone was a little delayed. There was a burst, and yeah, fuck it. So close. Well, at least green's trying. At least green's trying. No, I haven't parted ways with my puts. They're still there. But I'm going to make money regardless which way the market goes. Because that's just how I do it. Yeah, I still have my puts. They're currently worth almost nothing. Yeah. How many more days do I have? 3 more days. Yep. But that's time decay for you. Oof. A little bit of a sell-off. See green push this back. It's aggressive selling. All right, I'm going to get out of the way of this because it's going to keep going. Oh, he just went positive. People are buying the dip. So that should stave off our drop. Last minute save from GME. Nice. Nice. We got saved at the last minute there. Oof. That was about to go. Last minute save. Yeah, and so the save is only going to be good for like 30 seconds. It's just a temporary salvation. So that might give us the ability to turn around, but it stopped us from cataclysmic 62 or so. Nice. Now we burned off a lot of paper hands, right? So now green has the ability to take off because we got rid of all the negativity. And I bet you some of that was probably this guy. So he let it go up a bit, but he wasn't seeing enough positivity. And so he got out because that was a considerably quick drop, right? So could have been this guy. So he rode it out and then bailed. But now he might hop back in. So he'll want it to go down a bit more, and then he'll get back in and drive it up. If I'm trying to peer into the crystal ball and see if I can spot a player. Okay, green is still weakness. Green is still pushing with a little bit of weakness. You can see it on the second chart. Good. Pushing. Nice. So there, we basically almost crashed. We came back, we leveled out, and now we're trying to push off of our level out. So there's no guarantees of nothing, but at least you can see because we've leveled out, we stopped the downwards motion. So now we can use all our energy to go up instead of trying to stop the crash. GME is not helping, and the Dow is level. Damn, look at that. Dropping those bombs. Can we get another H-bomb of volume? So now we're back to 40,000. Oh, there's heavy volume. We just gapped up on it. Nice. We were at 40,000. Now we're at 120,000 every 5 seconds. Nice. That was a big volume. And red basically mounted no defense. Green is just running over them. Oh, now red is waking up. What do you got, red? Red is showing no strength. Green showed no strength. Both of them can't do nothing. So who's going to win? Who's gonna win? Red is technically always slightly stronger than green. It's easier to sell than it is to buy. Really hard to tell. Red is slightly in control. We're drifting downwards. But I think green's just going to floor it because red's not doing anything. No major price motion except for that one right there. Oh, well. Can you counter green? Someone got impatient and sold, but we're still basically going sideways aside from that little push down. So we're probably just buying time until green floors it. Come on, green. Floor it. Damn it. Red again. Oof. No. Gravity took over. So we're going to have to basically hit a level out, then get our strength again to go back up. Damn it. You can see green is trying to get out. It just didn't do it. Took too long. Impeccable timing, Barry. That was probably the last of the rich person. Good pushback. Jeez, getting violent in here. Holy crap, look at it swing all over the place. Yeah, the humming calms me. I got a lot of things I'm trying to think about. Bonus points if you know where that song's from. Yeah, it looks like we're leveling out. We should get a good push now. We shook out all the negativity, I would hope. Give us that push. And then the push will be probably to that line. All right. I could probably get one round in while I watch this thing crash. This song is not Phantom of the Opera, no. All right. Getting there. Slow growth. Building our base for our eventual launch. Oof. Look at that volume. Girl, look at that volume. The stock works out. Ooh, and slapped. I retreat on that one. Probably could have won that fight. But why fight until stack the odds in your favor? No point letting the enemy dictate the terms. We finally made a subscriber out of him. Ah, there's a new name for our next crypto, Dogecoin, DOJI. We'll just play off of Dogecoin. Okay. Sounds like there's a thunderstorm outside. If I randomly get disconnected. there a thunderstorm warning? No, just light rain. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, much like the namesake, we guarantee nothing. All right. Slow growth. Slow boat. I believe the word you're looking for is cut your losses. It's the only C word I know. Klondike. All right. Looks like it's comfy couch time. Now, the only problem with this game is it requires some pretty good clicking skills. Can't really do it laying down, but I'll give it a college try. All right. Well, it was a thought. Unfortunately, scam coin was already taken. Turns out this coin's a scam. Who would have thought? Fuck. I can't win this fight. Fuck it. Yeah. It's too early in the war, so I don't have enough troops to protect the borders. I'll still win every fight. I just won't be able to stop every aggression. Oh, seriously? Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Don't mind that. Just a aerial refueling. Okay. Good times in the chat. I hate these cannons. Dow's having a bad day.
This just looks like temporary headwinds. If we were to go down, we should have went down when the Dow crashed. So this should be nothing. I just realized I have no artillery. I'm going to have to get up to fight this battle. It's going to be a hard one.
Thank you for the sub. I'm crabbing it. Mm-hmm. That guy got kicked a kilometer. Not looking good, but give it some time. Crickets. This is Empire Total War. That wasn't one of my better fights. I forgot I don't have artillery. And the city's in the way. But nonetheless, outcome was okay. Okay, gonna correct that artillery problem. Perfect. As I think Napoleon said, no, Frederick the Great said, artillery brings, what is it, nobility to an otherwise undignified war. And that artillery is the last, what is it? Oh, I can't remember the word, but basically the justification of the rights of kings. So basically, if you disagree with, my ruling, and the cannon is what you're going to have to deal with. Yeah, which is adequate and accurate is the word I was looking for. Sweet. Oh, and for you, Zeus, I'm playing in India right now. So the whole world's here. I mean, give or take. But I've played as Britain, France. Don't really care for Poland or Germany. But, Europeans, strong sense of nationalism. But, yeah, I was like, what happens if India decided to just take out the Ottoman Empire and go to Europe? I'm gonna play that out. I'll have India take over the UK. Oh, the Dow is just dying on us. GME still doing okay. We should get an uptick soon. The other way around, the Dow weighs on us. So if the Dow's up, we go up. Right now, it's a little different because you're looking at a stock that's, full of hype, but the Dow sets the tone. I wouldn't say definitively, but it sets the underlying tone. And so if the Dow is, pretty bad, then our day gets harder for us to go up, basically. But we are looking at the minutes here. We are slowly bleeding out lightly. Unfortunate.
2 turns. One.
No, you have to switch to live chat. Your messages might have sent, but you may have gotten blacklisted. I know when Freedom of Culture types weed or fuck, both of them, they hide his messages. But yeah, I just scrolled up. I don't see your other message aside from Poo Coin. Let me check if that got banned. Yeah, it did. Same thing when someone tags me like 5 times in a row. It just counts you as a spammer and hides it. Interesting. Yeah, it could be the chat shows you typing whether or not it actually sends. So yeah, maybe it's lagging. And stocks go up, stocks go down, man. Just gotta roll with it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Another quote that this game reminded me of, the only thing that gets in the way of a good plan is the thought of a perfect plan. Good enough really needs to be in your repertoire if you're going to be a stock trader. If not, you'll ride her to the dust. You just have to get in there and do what you can. Okay, stop reminding me. Far. Okay. So, army cannons. Perfect. Yeah, obviously you don't want to get too comfortable with losses or you'll start shooting yourself in the foot all the time, but that's basically it. You can't get hung up on it. And what you really need to do is take your losses early. But the problem with the stock market is there's no right way of doing things, right? If you take your losses too early, then you miss out on possible recovery. If you take them too late, you compound the issue. But what's too late? What's too early? It changes every 5 seconds, right? And that's really why I try to cut through all the bullshit, because when anybody asserts there's one way to do it, this is the way, blah blah blah. It's like, no. Even buy and hold comes with risk, right? Yeah, I bought and hold Enron, Nortel, any of these companies that went bankrupt. You know, you can be holding for 16 years before you see a return on some things. So it's not guaranteed, right? So don't beat yourself up as you learn, because every way has its pros and cons. And the key, just like a good firearm, is to find the one that fits your current style of play. And so if you're prone to panic or fucking up, then buying and holding might be useful, or buying safer things. If you're really quick and you got steady hands, you might even go into day trading or swing trading. If you're better at the bigger picture, then you go long term, maybe get into not futures, commodities, right? Commodities, I think, is like where you go once you know how the world works. But you need 100K US to play in commodities. And then you could even get, mathematical wizard and do your options, right? If your timing is very good. But anyways, the point is, you're learning, I presume. You'll figure it out and you'll find what works for you. Yeah. Thanks for describing me. It's all good. I'm not that wise. I just have a bit of experience in this. Yeah, but there's no need to take a loss. There's no rush to take a loss, right? So if you can ride it out, if the company's not going to zero, just ride it out. Impatience is going to cost you money. Who's messaging me? Satan? Yeah, so just a legal question here. So my sister asked for workplace accommodations because she needs kind of like disabled parking. And then her work replies saying, why it's fantastic. It's offered in many jobs. We don't have free parking. And you're asking for specific accommodation based on medical needs, but we can't enforce anything special when it comes from how you get to or from work. So the problem here is that they're saying, yeah, and they're right. How you get to and from work is not their problem, except parking is on their property. And therefore, it's in their control. And therefore, it is a matter of them. So you can't say, oh, hey, we locked all the doors and barricaded them with 10-foot walls, but you don't have legs. So that's your problem. Okay. Somehow the parking spot that's also on your property is not included in those barriers. Nice try, workplace. But they are right. outside of their property, they can't fix the roads or change the buses or give you a car, right? But the second you're on their property and you're working for them, they're your responsibility. So nice try, workplace. Now, if they have no control over the property, but then they would have to use money or their influence to get control. And if they can't get control, well, then that's it, right? But they have to at least try versus saying there's no such thing as free parking. Well, it's free if you pay for it. Ta-da! Problem solved. But anyways, that was a little sidegress. I have a background in HR. People with disabilities cost you a lot of money. And so government tries to convince you to hire them, but obviously they put rules and regulations that you have to accommodate. And so, I'm a person of disability, at least health wise now and mentally previously. I'm going to cost a company money. So, obviously you want to try to skim them out. But of course, that's, not great and not good for them, right? But honestly, you're running a business and your margins are tight. What are you going to friggin' do, right? But hopefully the skill of the person outweighs their cost, right? So, anyways, a little sidegress there. Trying to cop out. So my sister sent that to me. Yeah. I can't remember how to spell Stidham. Stidham. All right. Just given the background. You can't tell bots aside from when they hold the market price. All right. Looks like we're going to go sideways for a bit. I need to hydrate. All right, hydrating. Man, he's on Bloomberg. They're scraping the barrel. You must be just sending out emails saying, like, put me on air. Man, this guy knows how to hype. Although, I should put it out there. If you ever want to get on the media, just be willing to say their talking points. Journalists can't say things because it's illegal, although in the States it's kind of wish-washy, but you can't say opinion as fact, right? But when you have on a guest, the guest can say all the lies they want because they're not a journalist, right? So that's how they kind of get away with this kind of stuff. So anyways, it's all good. It's all good, Freedom. I just do me. Not like that. But yeah, I just trucking along here. Yeah. Yeah, you can see my position up there. I'm currently $1,000 in the hole, 981. Yeah. But no fear. For fear is the mind killer. Oh, dear. Always find it interesting to think that in the colonial era right here, right? Soon these are going to be the battlefields of World War One, exactly where they're standing actually. And that's where the Megant line is going to be in World War Two. That channel has seen more conflict than anybody knows. It's like, oh God, the amount of ships that must be sunk between England and France must be nuts. Graveyard of ships there. And to think, maybe 100 years from now, this are going to be the new battlefields of something else, right? Crazy. Crazy to think. Mm-hmm. Luckily, we have a thing called irrigation, Barry. It's a technology invented by, I think it's Iran, back in the early 1500s. I could show you how to do it. I mean, technically, China has also had irrigation, not to the same extent, but yeah, it's a neat technology where water moves into the crop area. Corn is actually one of the heaviest users of water. They don't have the little watery stick thing that goes down the crops. I mean, it costs money, but you figure to have it there as a safety net. Especially if you're commercial. Yeah. Well, sucks. Maybe they normally get enough rain. Not worth the money. Like my grandpa's farm, he has no irrigation, but it's just like, well, if the yields are down, the yields are down. It's not worth the time and effort to irrigate. But in this day and age, I wouldn't leave anything to chance. It's like, oh yeah, get on your tinfoil hats, John. No, not at all, bro. The easiest way to poke holes in that idea is you must be American, for starters, because, yeah, why America is losing their growing, Canada is gaining their growing, European countries are gaining their growing. A whole bunch of other countries are now being able to grow a lot more and a lot better because it's a lot less colder. So, yeah, America's taking a hit, but a lot of other people aren't. So, nope. Global warming only hurts people on the equator and people that are too close to the coastline. Yeah, but unfortunately, they can't control the weather. They can make it rain, they can make thunderstorms, but it costs them in silver and it's a lot of work. But nice try. Yeah, but if they think they can, it doesn't mean anything. Like saying the stock will go up because you think it will. Cool. Personal opinions. Ah, damn it. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, inflation from where we are to where we're going is not anything to be alarmed about. If inflation keeps going, that's when you get alarmed. Just like red shouldn't scare you. A lot of red, that's concerning. Yeah, you can't have a country, well, you can, but you really, it's difficult to run a country at 0% interest rates. And even worse if you went negative. There's a sweet spot between, let's say, 1.8 to 3, somewhere in there, which is nice, consistent growth. If you get over that, then it starts to get a little dicey. But 0 is not the way to go. Anything but 0. Okay. Nice uptick. So we might be finally leveling out. Just a long day. Well, you know what also works in city management is taxing all the poor people until they GTFO out of your city. And then you have no problem with healthcare or education. Get rid of them poor. Unfortunately, the poor now think that they, run the world. They're getting a little too big for their britches. Nobility and the middle class needs to, get them back where they belong. Yep, you got it. You just have to watch you don't go hardcore and the rich leave, because then you end up like Detroit. You got it. Tame that blight. Yep. Anybody. I would attest that anybody that's in urban planning secretly hates the poor. The mega rich are also a pain in the ass, but pretty much rich to let's say non-aggressive poor, they're okay. As soon as you get into deep poverty, it's like fuck, it's a total shit show. All your social services go through the roof, healthcare goes through the roof, education levels drop, crime goes through the roof, buildings are on fire, street warfare, and it's like, oh God. So you end up shelling out, hundreds of times the money you would for, a calm, peaceful slave, middle class worker who doesn't have, any free time to cause trouble because you've worked them into slavery, not intentional. um, but that's the process, right? And then so when you get into the mega rich, now they have so much money, they're free of those controlling bonds, and they can start meddling again. But now they have money, so they're not going to commit crimes, but they're going to subvert your system, right? Buy your politicians, uh, buy up half the town, rip up entire roads, blockade things, like do whatever the hell they want because they're so rich, right? Don't like you? I'll hire some mercenaries. Stuff like that. But the mega rich tend to want to keep their money, and governments tend to threaten to seize it. So they generally play ball, where the super poor have nothing to lose, right? And everything to gain, which is dangerous, right? A man who has nothing to lose but everything to gain is the most dangerous. It's absolutely true. Yeah. Yep. What urban planning has taught us. Yeah. Well, the police first, I wouldn't say are mercenaries, but if you go to any country that doesn't have stability, you can buy yourself mercenaries or security forces. South Africa, most of Africa, even places in Europe, you can buy, protection. Russia, Eastern Europe. Now, in major cities in North America, you can get security forces to protect you, but they're not going to be armed to the tits and, walking around with heavy weapons, because obviously the threat is not 150 people pouring out of buildings, right? It's going to be a gunman or maybe a squad, if that, hit squad. Actually, I guess the Latin countries too, you can get pretty dicey down there. But yeah, to differentiate them from the police. The police are arms of the legal system. Yeah. But sometimes, yeah, in the good old days, you could actually buy the police or at least rent them. You can still rent them, but, it's more you have to rent them because you're causing trouble. So you have to pay the police to be there. to beat you up. It's silly. It's a silly system. Yeah. And we're leveling out. See if we go up. And if this goes up, then we kind of have a wedge here. Generally, you need a solid green to make a wedge, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, that is in I don't know if you can do that in China. Definitely can't do that in Japan, as far as I know. But I know in like Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, actually, especially Indonesia. Indonesia, Jakarta is actually run by the mob. Jakarta doesn't even have a functional government. And they turn off the hydro when the city doesn't pay. It's that kind of place. So it's the Wild West. Yeah, I don't know about India because I've never been there. I would expect northern India to be pretty questionable. But I know they do have issues with corruption. But I don't know enough about it to comment. That's awesome. I know in Japan you can hire elderly people for any type of security role because they try to honor their elders. So they give them all the jobs that require nothing but presence. It was weird because I was walking around at like 1 in the morning in Japan and I was just running into nothing but 80 to 90-year-olds standing around all over the place. But they were guarding shops and patrolling. And it was just like, what the hell? Why are all the old people out? Yeah. All right. Have fun, Barry. All right. I might be able to launch by attack soon. Actually, I could send my Indian army to the New World, take over America. You got to negotiate through India if you're going to want your sweet, sweet furs. All right, they're getting ready to fight. So if you're talking about the crap you see on Reddit, the argument is that they're most likely, I'm presuming here, the argument is that these are all naked calls and puts. And so they have to find the money, or they have to find the shares to cover them when they come into well, execution. I don't know what is it, resolved. So they come to, what's the term? Fruition, execution, expiry. So I guess when they come up to expiry, yeah, they get resolved or closed or covered. I don't know the exact term. Well, yeah, what's the action? It's not, they don't expire, but it comes to the end of the option. So they either expire worthless, or they expire in the money, which then triggers, covering, completion, whatever the word is I'm looking for. But anyways, the point is, if they're naked, they have to find the shares, and if they're naked puts, they got to find the money to buy them. And that would require them to sell or find money, or it requires them to buy at the price. But what that crap doesn't cover is that what that doesn't cover is that you don't know if they have shares to cover that. You don't know when they bought in to cover that. So it presumes a lot. It presumes that basically they're going to wait to the last minute, that all of them are naked, and they're going to have to buy in at the last millisecond to cover it, which is pretty much a huge presumption of crap. There is a lot of naked calls, yes, but to think that they're that dumb and they're going to wait to the last minute is stupid. They're going to get it at the best price early, and they're going to beat the run up, right? And they're not going to cause a run up, because why? So, most likely, a good chunk of those is going to be covered calls. And so they have no effect, to my knowledge, on the share price, because the transaction's already done. They would have bought those shares at one point, they cover with them, and they may have to transfer them, but there's no selling unless the person that gets the shares sells. So if anything, it's a delayed selling action there. And when you go to the puts, it's also a delayed selling action. So they have the money, they buy them from the guy off the market. Then the guy who took a loss, presumably, or he wouldn't have had to buy them, he then, well, I guess you could still expire no matter what, but let's just say he took a loss. He now has a bunch of shares in lieu of the cash that he put up. So then he'll put it to the market to get the best price, or he'll hold it. Either way, that's a delayed sell. So the idea it's going to drive up the price, to my knowledge, can only really happen if these are all naked and they're getting caught, just like short selling, right? If you're shorting naked, which is illegal, you're going to catch them with their pants down, basically. There's a bit of a sell-off there. Somebody got bored. Yeah. Yeah, there's ways to do it with options, right? You can just keep shuffling the money around, but I was keeping it simple since I'm not a master in options. Yeah, because as long as you get somebody to cover your contract, right, you can just keep going. So, yeah. Well, yeah, there's many ways to skin a cat. I mean, if you're thinking that there's tons of naked shares, right? Just like you can squeeze it, right? Because you can force these people who are playing on the edge to pay up. And especially when, Wall Street Bets or Reddit drives up the price, they can really screw over all these people that are used to a slower market, right? And yeah, you can catch some of them with their pants down, sure. But to think it will be everyone every time is a little too much, because everything in the world would have to go right for you. And there's a chance, yes, but to say it's gonna happen, it will happen, it has to happen, that's garbage. If that was the case, then we should all just take out the corresponding bet, right? We'd all be guaranteed millionaires. So, anyways, you got it. You got it. Yeah. Yeah. The only real truth in the stock market is that it'll do whatever the hell it wants to do. And it'll run you right over. If it wants to go up, it will do it. And if it wants to go down, it will also do it. And you can try to slow it down, but she'll go if she wants to and run you right over. So, just like I was betting, I was confident and I bet it on it going to 14 or 18 at least, right? It doesn't pay out, fine. But, that's it, right? You make your bets, you play it, win or lose, that's the game. There's no, well, if this or that or whatever, and nah, it's going to do it or it's not going to do it. You're just along for the ride. The market will tell you exactly after the fact, but you need to get with it. Hopefully before the fact, or you go broke. So now I got to look at, if we're going to go trend under 60, I got to look at selling. I was hoping she would bounce here, but our bounce just fizzled. The Dow's on a upwards course. I guess we're getting a little delayed. What's today? Wednesday? Oh, Tuesday. Tuesdays can be a little slow. I think I'm just going to ride this out. Even though there's negativity, right? I don't think we're on course for a bad day. Wouldn't make sense for us to go completely red. If we were going to go red, it would have happened. Like, all of this negativity on the market is starting to abate, right? Yeah. So why now? If you didn't crash while it was down, why would you crash when it goes up? So this is probably more psychological, just fear, boredom, whatever, which means it's easily removed. And this could have been a breakdown. Actually, if anything, this looks like the breakdown here. So it would be this. Now this is overfitting, but because I'm using historical data, right? So that was kind of the breakdown. You see the hesitation here, the bounce, and there's the crash, right? And then this one bounced off of this. So I'm going to move this a little bit lower since it seems to be here. But yeah, if you look at the charts, you can always see, the truth. The problem is the chart's not written for you, right? You have to guess. Is it going to keep going down? Is it going to go up? Blah, 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 blah. And that's really where, technicals and experience comes into play. Oh, she's showing so much weakness. Come on, green. Quit sleeping. Because when green shows weakness, red will pounce because people are looking at it and they're going, oh, green's not going up. I better sell, right? So they need to see some green to reassure them not to sell, or bad gets badder, if you will. Yeah. So this green might stave them off for a bit. Yeah. If we can get over that white line, we should be okay. We're trying. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Well, hedgies can be betting both ways. There's nothing in the book of stock trading that hedgies have to bet in short positions all the time. Hedge funds can bet both ways, and actually they can bet both ways at the same time, right? You can short a position, you can write puts, you can do whatever, right? Hedge funds, just by their name, have historically been hedging. So they basically bet both ways, and whichever way wins pays off the other side. So their objective is to protect money, right? Now they've kind of evolved into this boogeyman that basically takes the most aggressive, ridiculous positions and generally only wants a stock to fail. But betting on a dying company, it's like seeing a horse and it's expiring, and you say, I'm going to put $10 million on this horse that has flies coming out of its mouth that it won't win the race. It's a sure bet. The thing is circling the drain, right? So that's why they do it, right? You know, unless someone comes around and like resurrects this thing, and at which time you just bail from your position. But if not, if that race starts, you can be like, yeah, number 8 to lose. So it's just a way of playing, right? And you can do that too. You can bet on companies to die. You can short them into oblivion, right? As long as someone will loan you the shares. So it's not, hedge funds are not the great evil that everyone makes them out to be. Of course, evil people tend to be in hedge funds or big banks because that's where they can go to do their deeds, right? But it's not, everyone that carries a gun isn't evil. But of course, people that are evil probably carry a gun, right? There's a parallel, right? So, or at least they're armed because, why not? You're evil, right? So it's that kind of parallel. Yeah. So hedge funds could be trying to drive this up, whatever makes them money is what they want to do. So if the hype is real, they're going to try to tweet, they're going to try to drum up support, but they got to watch they don't trigger market manipulation, right? So I think in the beginning they were trying to drive the price down because there was a greater chance to crash it. But I don't know if that's still their plan, right? People argue, yeah, it is because they have all these short positions, but every hedge fund doesn't have a short position or even a position in AMC, right? So, they do, half of them probably don't even give a shit about AMC, right? They're probably doing something else like trading the indexes and whatevs. Yeah, it's all kind of wish-washy. It's a matter of keeping it in scope. So I don't know. We can look at the institutional listings to see who's playing. They're delayed by about 3 days, but we can get a general sense. And the last time I looked, we only had 11% institutionals. So really, the majority of this price action is retail investors. So those big splashes, most of them are going to be, people with $1 million fucking around, but they're not institutionals and they're not active. Well, they're active investors, but they're not professional active investors, right? So what's happening with the stock, 80% of it, let's say, is the fear of regular people or the greed of regular people. So hedge funds don't really come into play that much. We're just fighting amongst each other and pointing to the boogeyman. But realistically, we're fighting each other or working with each other. Yeah. But whatever. That doesn't make for a good narrative, I don't think. Yes, and that's correct. If you're going to be a fish in the water, you might as well be a shark. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because if you're going to war, at least, back yourself up with the best chance of winning. And really that's the idea of a hedge fund. They're going to proverbial war, so they take out bets that are, non-risky, and they hedge against loss. And then if they win, they win, and if they lose little, right? But of course, some hedge funds take out ridiculous bets, or they take out sure bets and then they get effed. Like anybody that was betting on AMC, that thing was circling the drain. It was days away from liquidation, or at least going into default, bankruptcy in January, like days, counting down the hours. So everyone that betted on it, that's about as good as it gets. And they got fucked big time. But, that's like getting hit by a car crossing the street. You looked both ways. It looks good. Oh, the car flew off a ramp and traveled 10 kilometers and landed on you, or an asteroid hits you. It's like, shit. you know. But even then, right? If you're a good trader, you have to be able to protect against that, because, that can happen. So you have to keep that in mind, and that's what makes this game so difficult. Because even though it's a sure bet, it's like, there's always that chance. So you have to hedge against it. Yeah. Oh well. Killer whales are killer. And they're not very whaley, are they? I think a killer whale's closer to a dolphin. It's just a giant dolphin more than a whale. Yeah, I think it's a giant porpoise versus actual whale. Can't remember. Ah, okay. I got it. Yeah. Yeah. They're basically, yeah, because they're intelligent as shit too. Smart ass whales. Yeah. Yeah, they kill whales. Yeah, they do. Killer whales are friggin', they're the hippos of the sea. Everyone's like, oh, hippos, so cute. Hippos are like the number one killer of boats on rivers in Africa. Just one bite and they cut the boat in half. Like, hippos are a bitch. And that jaw is a bitch. Like, you think alligators? No. Hippos are going to kill you. Screw alligators. The only thing alligators really have going for them is their jaw. You can't open it once it's shut. And two, they're really fast runners. They run it fast as shit. But all you have to do is just hold their mouth shut and they can't open it up. If they can't flip you or drown you, they're pretty much screwed. So alligators aren't that hard to fight. But a hippo, good luck. You can't hit it. You can't hurt it. You can't do anything to it aside from, like, I don't know, blast it. Like, you need a cannonball. Yeah. Right now, no. This company's worth about $14. So anything over $14 is not organic. Eventually, this is going to help bring the bottom up, but not at this point. Like, we need a lot more time. The rhino of the river. Yeah, the killer whale is the hippo of the sea, and the the hippo is the rhino of the river. Yeah, I think hippos do headbutt and charge, if I recall correctly. Well, if you were going to short this, you would have done it at 12, which is usually the high for the day. Yeah. Well, Tesla's a good example of overpriced. So, Tesla, if they keep going, will eventually be a market leader, right? So everyone's trying to price it in for that. But that's like in 5-10 years if things go well, right? But it's an idea of that if you shoot for the moon, you land to the stars. And it's kind of right. If you get in early, right, at any price, it's going to grow. And eventually you'll either be up because of the hype, or you'll still be neutral because the hype has dwindled and the organic has moved up. Except what they don't leave out and they don't talk about is that time frame might be 6-10 years. So yeah, the bottom might come up to meet you in 10 years, and that's if they stay around, right? But if you're sure they're going to be here, if you hold long enough, well, yeah, you're right. But do you want to wait 10 years to get your money back? Or do you want to wait, 10 minutes and make, a handful of dollars? It's your trading strategy, right? It's up to you. So, anyways, this bad boy keeps trying to go down. Damn it, I want to conquer India. I'm too busy watching this. I'd wait for it to show 3 greens in a row, and then you could sell at 60. If you do buy in now, you would want to sell if it gets below 58.70. I don't know if it's finished yet. If it has about 3 greens in a row, then you could buy in and you could ride the upswing. But this would be not a bad spot because you see there's 2 here. So wherever we find the bottom, we'll have 2, and then we'll potentially do the upswing. And then that will give us a W. Or basically, it's the channel. We're bouncing in a channel, right? If that's the top of the channel, we're riding against it. This is the bottom. There's the top again. There's the bottom again. So I don't know if that's a thing, right? But that's at least an estimation, right? But you need to see the green first, because if you don't see the green, then even if this was a W, then it failed in the corner. Yeah, so that's like a failed W. So it fails here, here, or here. So this is a failure of there. If this can push it all the way back and just go a little bit, the next failure point is right here. And then the last one is neutral, which could be either there or it could be here. So either way, not good. So you're better to just stay out. Yeah. Not until you see some green. Oof, they're ramping up on me. Ramping up. Yeah, well, we're overdue for a massive gap down. We did go down to 34. So that really is what's giving us this. We'll take a look at it since we got nothing else to do. So, right. So you have a surge, right? Like this. You surge up. Turn off the volume because it's irrelevant. So you start here, right? And you go and you surge up. So this was your payment. If you didn't have that, or it's potentially goes even more severe, it goes to about 80%. So if this is the bottom, yeah, it would go to about here. So, it should have gone down into the 20s, but it didn't. So because we rebounded and we went back right to the top, and then we come back down, it's that lack of depth and that rebound that basically allowed us to have this kind of leggy kind of sideways. Underneath, this is like its base price, right? And so over time, let's say the base price moves up. So if we keep going sideways for a very long time, they'll meet. And if all this crap represents hype, right? If this is let's say our base price, right? Then this delta is hype. So if all the hype goes away, we go back to this invisible base price, right? But if we can maintain the hype, right, for long enough, then eventually the base price meets the hype, right? So if we just keep going crazy, eventually this bottom, right, which is like, 20 by December kind of line, or 30 by December, So we're looking at somewhere around here by December, and we're up here, right? So we're well overdue for a pullback. But it's this and this is what gave us the time. If we didn't get that, we would have rolled and we would have gone much further down. But we managed to do that so that when we went down a second time, we fell here versus going up and falling into here. So this here really saved us. But it's not going to save us for long. It's just a temporary hold. So unless we can keep going sideways and build up our base, it's coming back down because, oops, should not have done that. Okay, so why are these both green? Oh, yellow. Okay. Yeah, we're moving pretty much in tandem again with GME. Ugh. Slippery slope down. Yeah, it's not going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be very similar. But we've already erased 11% today. So we're overdue for a rebound. At least get us halfway back. 5% rebound. Where would that put us? So somewhere in there. Well, let's see if we can do it. So we're at 1 o'clock. 3 hours to go. Yeah. Well, we pretty much did a dome shape. So we started and we finished. We're pretty much right at market close. So remember I was talking about the guy that helped push this up, right? It's going to be the same person that bails on the way down. But look at how much we're working with GME here. Crazy. So this is what nailed our coffin. The drop from 60 to 56, right, is here. 60 to 56. So it's all the people that got in the morning or got profit from the gap up. They basically nailed us right here. So why we were kind of dying slowly, this kind of picked up, but that was, nonstop red because it's these guys. Yeah. And then this corresponds with this or this, depending on how much you measure it, right? So this gapping here would have been all of that and a little bit of this. But yeah, so what comes up must come down, right? But now that we've finished the dome shape, we can start on the recovery phase, which is what's going on right now. Now we can only hope that the recovery phase is actually a recovery and it doesn't just friggin' flounder. Because that would blow. Pizza. Yeah, pretty much. It's the pendulum. It oversold, overbought, oversold, overbought, and eventually it finds some type of, middle ground. And that's why you get the ups and the downs, the wiggles, right? But the key is you have to pay attention when the sentiment changes. It might be going a lot down before it goes up, or it might be going a lot up before it goes down, right? But a stock basically cannot run straight up forever. It just would be almost impossible. They would have to be making hand over fist money, never stop, can't stop, won't stop. So even like Apple, which was, hand over fist money, or Google, hand over fist money, right? Eventually they're going to hit a roadblock of some proportion, and then that will spell the down period. But if you bet on that, it might be years before you get any money, right? So GG. That's some weird ass numbers. I think Cedra's trying to call up his Manchurian candidate. Execute order 752-8309-793338. 12. 1. Uh-oh. Oh no, I gave him the wrong order. So now we're seeing weakness. So this could be a dead cat. But we did hit the bottom for today, so we should see some green. Well, looks like it's going to go for a push. The seconds chart is showing green. Yeah, with light resistance from red. Yeah, it might be going. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Fed meetings. Yeah, so NASDAQ's just hit new lows. S&P's okay. Dow's okay. But look at that run up. Like exuberance, and fuck you. They must have thought something was going to happen and it didn't. They just floored it, and then the pendulum just swung the other way. Crazy. Now, is GME getting into crash territory again? Yeah, I think it is actually. I think it's 214. No. No, it's 180. Oh, yeah, it's 153. Yeah, it's way down here. Yeah, it's nowhere close. Yeah, once it gets into the 145, 150 range, it risks gapping down because there's no support. Yeah. Well, GME's been down all week. So if we go and take a look at, let's minimize these. The last 5 days. Right? They're not doing so hot. So they had a drum up that got them, a shit ton of money, which I can't see because it's off the screen. But from peak to trough and ziggy, they're about to break new lows for at least the short term, and they're down 38%. Now, if I could zoom out, so they didn't exceed their January heights. But let's say you got in at the best time during that trough, you would have made 145%, and you're now looking at 46%. So not yet squeezing out the people, right? But once again, if you're in here and you're holding, you'd be looking at 50% losses, 37% losses. So unless you're buying here or better here, yeah. But there's still people holding from here, right? So they're looking at 53% losses, 72% losses, 90% losses at one point. Like, that takes balls of steel to see a 90% loss. Anybody that bought at top and didn't sell, fucking balls of steel. Yeah. So yeah, it still has a lot of room to go. You know, it can get back down to here. It was just treading kind of these lines. And then basically once it gets below those lines, it's looking at $50 or so, right? So all it's got to do is close that gap, 213 to 145, and that's the drop I'm talking about. It's going to have a bunch of support here, but if it comes down quick enough, who knows, right? So now we look a lot better because we have organic growth. So if we go back, right, to February, there's where we are and there's where we are, right? This is, in the clouds compared. But if we go and I'll show you, we might as well do this on air. So let's go to the year to date. Is that going to let me see into December? Okay, that's going to let me see into December. So if we take a ray, or extended line will work too, actually. So if we start from here, and we are $30 by December, let's make it 30 at the start of December. Where's the start? Right here. Just because things have changed. Okay. So then this would be our baseline of organic growth, right? So everything on top of this is hype. So this is not exactly accurate, but let's just pretend it's everything above this line is hype. Anything below this line is, panic and under sentiment. So you can see how much hype, we keep about a layer of, about this much on us, right? This distance. So as we go over here, well, there's a slight problem, right? We are way into the clouds. So based on kind of this kind of trend line, we should be at the 14, 15, maybe 19 by the end of August, right? And we're clearly not anywhere close. So I was expecting this to come back and bring us into this range, So here's 14, right? But even if it brought us into somewhere around here, that would make way more sense, right? But obviously something's changed, right? And we're on the hype wagon. But, keep in mind, we're following kind of this blue line, or we're following maybe a more aggressive line now. Let's bring it up to 40, right? But that line in the beginning was heading to 30, and I did a good DD on that. But now that we have all the cash added, we might be doing a steeper line, let's say like this. So we have a more aggressive now time frame to 40 by December or something like that. So now if we're keeping a buffer of, let's say, this much, right? That would put us into the 28s and the 30s or something like that. At this point, yeah, somewhere around 28, 30, right? That'd be reasonable. So anyways, that's where I see us. We're a little too high. And we're probably going to course correct. And we got our 5%. Nice. But until that point, we just play it as it lies. Yeah, you learned your lesson on the pot stocks, exactly. Because the pot stocks don't have a crazy amount of ridiculous psycho Redditors to back them up. Like, people think this is normal. It's not. This requires incredible amounts of money. And every time it's usually, it happens, it usually ends in failure because, you know, they can't sustain it. But there is nothing like a bunch of angry nerds. They'll fucking go to town, right? Oh well. Nice push. I'm gonna grab a hot dog. Well, so it looks like our bounce from the bottom is holding. That's good. So we're probably gonna go to 60, and then the resistance of this line basically is gonna stop us from going any higher this late in the day. But if we're lucky, somebody will big fish and just dump money, get us past this line. And then we're looking at somewhere in here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Jimmy. That's exactly it. And that's what people need to understand that are new to this channel. You know, I may not agree with it. It doesn't fucking matter. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. So you either get with it and get rich or fuck off, basically. Or ignore it and get killed, I guess is the other option. So, yeah, exactly. So when I'm betting on AMC to go down, you know, it needs organic growth or it's going to crash, right? And since I can't short it, I can only bet on it going up. So it needs healthy retraction. So it's not that I hate AMC. I don't really give a crap about it. But if the stock's too risky, I can't play it. So that's really the big thing. Yes, welcome back, my name. How was your adventures in driving around the poor patient. RSI. Because the relative strength indicator, I can just do by looking at the stock. It's a lagging indicator, so it just confirms what's already happened. But if you just look at the volume and stare at the stock, it works fine. But yeah, that's also why I don't use like VWAP. I don't really use any type of oscillators. I used to, and then I found they weren't useful. My favorite when I was starting was basically the boiler bands. You have to modify them heavily to get them to work. But the problem with the boiler bands, right, is that it doesn't work in a psychotic stock. So when it's going all like today, it would be okay, but when it's going all ape shit, you're basically have these averages that are lagging. So what good are they going to do, right? So here it's like, oh, it's oversold, and it's like, well, yeah, we just plummeted. So we're going flat and we just plummeted. So the bottom line is going to run into this because obviously the average is off, right? Here we're gapping up. Is that too much too quick? Right? So that's what these lines are kind of telling you if it's too fast, but it doesn't mean anything, right? Technically, when it hits the bottom, it could rebound. If it breaks the bottom, it technically should crash, right? Because the average is now, the stock is getting more aggressive than the average. So it's not floating anymore, it's crashing or rising, right? But anyways, it works sometimes, but most of the time, like here, it broke out. Where's the up run, right? So, and by the time you modify it, it falls out of usefulness. So you need a stock that's just slow and dead, like Walmart or, well, not Ford anymore, but something like that. These would work because you could peg the personality because it's just slow crap. But none of that would work. Doesn't work for the weed stocks. It won't work for this because it's just too friggin' erratic. So, anyways, that's why I don't use them. Maybe if I spent the time, I could find something nice. I kind of want to write my own strategy trader thing. So open up this, and I could write a strategy, like if this, do that, and yeah, see how good I could do it. Yeah, it's all good. Because I think with the strategy, you could write something that, because the problem with an indicator is it's fixed, but a strategy can be modified based on what's going on. So you could write a program that says, look, if the personality has changed, you change, and not like, oh, it's moved a little, now adjust, like with an average, right? But in this case, it's like, look, it's fundamentally turned on a nail. What are you going to do, right? And so then you can adjust your what is too much too quick, which are averages, and then you can change the aggression level, I guess. So some bots have that. They have like a bearish, a bullish, bearish, a volatile, a neutral, and a kind of a safety mode. And so they float between them, and then they change their personality based on whatever. So they use indicators to let them know what's coming down the road, and then they change the bot to think one way or the other. Because you shouldn't be like right now, you should not be extremely aggressive when you're cresting. Sure, you might get rewarded, but more likely it's going to finish that crest, right? But if it doesn't, if it starts to break it, just like those pennants, right? If I wrote a robot that just looked for pennants, got in just before the pennant breaks out and sold the second it breaks out, I could probably make a killing just hunting down pennants because they're almost guaranteed, right? And they have a very easy get out point when it doesn't go up. if it gets away from that top, you know to get out, right? So, anyways, I think that's the future for me if I'm going to keep trading stocks online here. Maybe try that out. Just write a robot to scour the I wouldn't say interwebs, but the market webs. Yeah. All right. India needs colonization. All right. Do this. That is 1 horse, 2 horse, 3, 4, 5. Should be able to fight them. Okay. Excellent. We'll have cannons in 2 turns. Okay. This is good. This is good. This is good. Go fuck this guy up. Yep. Let's do it. All right. Oof, that's a... You were talking about it and you made it go into existence. All right. Let my cannons do the work. Whew. Oh, lordy. Oh, they're having a bad day. Yeah, a cannon shooting from the top of a hill, down a hill, it's not going to miss. Oh, this is going to hurt bad when they get hit. That's 3 times 4. Oh, well, so much for not missing. Wow, disappointment. Maybe they have to get the first shot to aim properly. Come on, I can see the cannons right here. You can do it. There's terrain in the way. Okay. Cannons are going to get a little bit better as they get closer. And I'll slam them with horse. Ooh, now they're getting hit. Oof. Yeah, when a cannonball hits on a flat, it cuts right through. Good. We're coming back to test 60. Excellent. Okay. How am I losing? Holy crap. Yeah, well, I played video games where you get that thrill, but realistically, a rifleman quickly teaches you that that thrill is very short-lived. Now that they're pinned down by infantry, I'm going to slam in the rear. Yeah, there we go. Now they're toast. My horse riders are not that good at fighting their infantry for some reason. Lost about 80 horses. Expensive losses. But that's what I get for having my artillery in a bad spot. I thought it would be okay. Artillery would have made short work. Dudes wielding axes. Okay, so that's as good as it gets. And then this army is now free. Not yet. Excuse me. Okay. Someone is nailing a fence post outside. The familiar banging of a fence post. Okay. All right. Where did that guy go? Oh, he went back up the coast. Okay. This is my main force. Three, 4 versus. That's gonna be a hard fight. Meh, I'll do it. Oof. Okay, this is where artillery comes into play. So when you're fighting large amounts of infantry, you know, they outnumber you. Well, even those odds. Hence why World War I, artillery was the vast majority of all deaths. And then why the Chinese and North Koreans couldn't beat the Americans in the Korean War or the Commonwealth or NATO. I don't know, is it NATO? No, it's the UN. It was the UN. Because beehive rounds will definitely ruin anybody's mass infantry attacks. And that's why no one uses human wave tactics anymore. Outside of like tribal kind of conflicts. Artillery is king. Well, I guess nowadays laser guided bombs, Moabs, cargo dropped thermo barrack warheads. But those require delivery and they can be hit by SAMs pretty easy. Okay, best line of shot is here. Okay. That should do. The initial shot's always awesome. Jeez. Going to test 60. Rip. Ragdoll physics is the best. I'm curious how a brick wall catches fire. But all right. I think that's a big enough hole. I'm going to shift them over to the left a bit so they're outside of the line of artillery. Have a nice stroll. Yeah, so pretty much everything's out of range. But what I can try to do is skip a few balls into these holes. So let's see if I can do that. Hey, breaking 60. Nice. Okay, I'm just gonna add some ambient noise for you. Just because it's a little rewarding. There, that's faint enough. Well, that was that was a good, almost a great miss. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, yeah. When I used to play video games pretty hardcore, artillery was calming. Because it was just so familiar. When it stopped, it was like, uh-oh, something's wrong. Or the constant rat-a-tat-tat of a 30 or 50 cal. Although a 50 cal is not a rat-a-tat-tat. It's more of a ton. But, you know, familiar sounds, right? Oh, these idiots are going to try to come out and get me. Stupid. Now they're just going to walk into musket fire. Holy God. Okay, I'm gonna have to take the risk. Turn. This is all just mobs. Alright, circle them. Oh, they're running. Free-form line. That way they don't get shot by the artillery. gonna have to. The AI is gonna shoot themselves. If I don't get them to stop firing. Jeez, those camels are just wrecking my horses. These have got to be really shitty swordsmen. And they are shitty. Damn. Those are some worthless horsemen. They're nothing like the British equivalent. Actually can do stuff. Oh, we can get into crypto. It's just, it's like Forex trading. You know, why aren't you trading gold? Why aren't you trading the Canadian dollar, US dollar, right? It's just another flavor of the week. So, AMC is enough busyness. These guys got guns? No, they got swords. All right. Hey. Jesus, these camels are tough SOBs. So really I need to trade in my shit units for these camels. Okay. Gonna flank them. But if they're gonna stand there. Haha, you're fucked now. And it's over. Oh, that was the enemy general. That makes sense. Enemy general has like double the hit points. I was like, frig, these camels are impervious to all forms of damage. That makes much more sense. All right. So I killed 1,932 and I only lost 115. And of that, 30 of that was friendly fire. Not bad. And probably all of it was my horseman. Friggin' useless.
Use thuggies to damage enemy buildings through acts of sabotage. Right-click on a city and select a building to sabotage from the list. Your thuggy will then move there and attempt to damage it upon his arrival.
Okay. He's good. Let's deal with these stupid. That was dumb. I'm gonna need them for policing. Yeah. When this game got released, because the natives make up a portion of the North American story, they went out of their way to basically make the units speak their language because they knew they were going to get their ass handed to them. And they even went as far as to give you a native campaign, because previously the natives didn't have artillery, they didn't have nothing, but to make them so that they're not like just, something you brush aside as a colonial power, which is exactly what you do. They gave them a whole campaign, and I think their language is accurate from what I can hear. So if you do that, why not do India and Germany and Poland? Just to, because if a French person's speaking English, right, it's gonna piss off some of the nationalists.
Unhappy with the current government. Failure to comply will lead to an organized rebellion against you.
Yeah.
Acquiescence at this stage could lead to further demands. Where exactly?
Yeah, this is 2008. Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing the Martha Confederacy, and I'm getting rid of the Islamic Mongols, who will later probably become Pakistan. And what's the other one? Pakistan and Bangladesh. Yeah. Well, it'll become British, and then they'll fight off the Afghanis. But that's about as far as they go, because there's Punjab, and there's the mountain of Kashmir. Yeah. Which are still contested these days. Yeah. And there's Kabul. Yeah, because not many Westerners know that this area here, right, with the river, this area is not too bad. North of this is garbage. Left of this is garbage, right? Like Saudi Arabia, the kingdom of the Sauds, which is essentially the Ottoman Empire, which is right here. No one gave a shit about it because it's worthless. But the British gave the kingdom of Saud, the Saudis, for their help of getting rid of the Ottomans. They gave them a chunk of land, and later they found oil. But aside from Baghdad and the coast, this is all just nomadic desert herders that no one gives a crap about. And even the Persian Empire, it's very limited to the coasts. This is just Poopville. Or I guess this is a way station. Yeah. Along the way. But yeah, the ancient world was kind of interesting. And to think Alexander the Great essentially made it to, made it here, right? Like, tried to get elephants over the Himalayas. Nuts. That's just nuts. And the fact that, what's his name? Hannibal got elephants over the friggin' Alps. Jesus. Just nuts. Yeah. But it kind of makes sense. He probably went and just followed the greenery. You know, I think he crossed over the desert. I don't know if he swung through the top, or he might have swung through the top like the Mongols did. Because technically the Mongols, right, Mongolia, took all of this all the way to here, right? So the Mongols by the colonial era have been pushed back. Russia reformed itself and now actually exists. But realistically, Russia was only down by Moscow. All of this is new because of the fur trade and, you know, Siberia-esque. Sure, there might have been people there, but for the most part, no one lives there. Yeah. I'm surprised the Ural Mountain area didn't get more built up. You know, this is really quite the area, but I'm guessing it's just isolated due to trade. It's probably why it never really grew. But that seems like an area that should got everything. You got fishing, you got trees, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's so much coolness. Yeah. Yeah. This is Empire Total War. Yeah. $2:00. Okay. Unless you're an earthbender, yes. Well, I mean, everything was good until the Fire Nation attacked. It's never been the same since. Tataria? As a place? I don't know where Tataria is. Or I've never really... I think I've heard of it, but I don't recognize it.
सामने वालों आगे बढ़ो आदेश का इंतजार है आगे बढ़ो आगे बढ़ो
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that I didn't know. I've heard of Tataria, but It didn't ring a immediate bell.
तैयार
I
है
like the Here
आदेश
Be
की
Dragons,
प्रतीक्षा है
basically.
ओ, खाली इंतजार कर रही है।
योर मैजेस्टी सामने वालों आगे बढ़ो
Just gonna need another turn to suppress the population before I move out. I wonder in 200, 300 years when they make a total war game of now, what's it going to be? You know, they're not going to stop. Video games aren't going to stop. Like, where are we going to be in 200 years? Crazy.
During a siege, there's a chance that a thuggy on the inside will be able to blow open the gates of a fort or fortified city. This will allow your military forces to enter without recourse to heavy firepower.
हुर्रा हुर्रा
Send you that way.
योर मैजेस्टी तैयार हो जाओ आगे बढ़ो जवानों आगे बढ़ो
Oh, wow, they are bad. So the Lancers have a 24 to charge, but a 5 and a 3 to attack and defense. Whereas the Camels have an 11 to attack, and the people that I'm fighting have a 17 to defense. That explains why they can't do poop all to the ground infantry. Wow. Well, guess I'm going to have to use bullets. Wow, Tom, you're very exciting. Excited. Yeah. Excited. And it's only half the volume of where it normally is, which is 100 times that of GME or 2/4 of the volume of the S&P. But that's the S&P X, right? So that's not really the S&P. But yeah. So I guess that the last statement's not correct, actually. Sorry. 2/4 of the S&P X. Okay.
आगे बढ़ो आगे बढ़ो आगे बढ़ो सामने वालों आगे बढ़ो
You can move your scholar by right-clicking on any part of the highlighted area. He will move within the extent of it, but no further in one turn. Right-click on a character to interact with him.
Jeez, guys, just doing the circuit. Man. You must be pumping up their viewer numbers. Because the 18 to 32 is the elusive crowd. And I'm guessing he brings them in, so. Damn. Gotta pump those rookie numbers up. Well, we're testing 60 again. At least now we probably are going to have an organic rush up at 3 o'clock. We didn't really have a good 1 o'clock. We kind of crashed into it, turned around. But did we actually have a little buy-in just before the crash, though? Yeah, see? About 3 minutes before 1 o'clock, somebody buys in, right, to try to time the turnaround. Yeah, so there was. Neat. Yeah, he mentioned that on Twitter, that, you know, the guy is, you know, like the people's champ. He's pro ape. I think they're working some type of angle.
सामने वालों आदेश के लिए तैयार और कोई आदेश Milord जवानों आगे बढ़ो आदेश के लिए तैयार युद्ध के लिए तैयार हो
Okay. Well, yeah, it's like the argument for everyone that's like pro-Israel or whatever. It's like, or even the natives in Canada. If we go far enough back, you know, it's like, well, okay, so it's Neanderthals. Okay, it's the Romans. Okay, it's the Greeks. Like, you know, everyone had ownership at some point. So, you know, one group that's just yelling that it's their turn, this is their land, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I mean, the Romans should come back and be like, "Fuck you guys! All of Europe's ours except for Germany, and I guess part of Britain and Scotland." But you know, it's like it's such a dumb argument. Like Turkey. Turkey is the leftover of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, you can chase your lineage. Holy crap. Lineage. Wow. All the way back. But then you're Greek. And if you go back further, you're from Baghdad or Africa, or you're Mongol. Although Mongol actually is, no, you'd be Greek if you're going that far back, right? So it's like, it's all stupid. It's really dumb. So that's usually my counter argument. Like, well, fine, we'll just give the land back to the Greeks.
और आदेश
I'm sure they'll do great with it. They're good with money. Their country's not completely in debt, sinking. Actually, how is Greece these days? They were not doing so good in 2008. I'm guessing they're doing better now, I guess.
आपके आदेश योर मैजेस्टी
Because, yeah, they were circling the drain.
तैयार हो जाओ और कोई आदेश आदेश का
A trade port in your home region has been blockaded by an enemy fleet. Whilst this is in
Yeah, thanks.
Miller
Yeah. I mean, there is some isolationist culture. Like, Japan is pretty genetically isolated. Um, Middle East has been isolated for a while. Africa, for the most part. Latin America, no, actually, the Spaniards got in there and mixed things up. Well, maybe if you get into the lower half, like people that are descendants of the Mayans and the Aztecs, although the Mayans are after the Aztecs, I think. Can't remember. No, Aztecs fought the Spanish in the colonial era, early colonial era. So then it would have been the Mayans, then the Aztecs. Yeah. A worthy adversary. I think he's trying to, well, you know, Russia runs on pomp. So, you know, it works. Make them feel good. Make them feel like they're winning, like China or North Korea. Oh, you got us. As long as the gears keep moving, you know, like the poverty rate in Russia is ridiculous. So it's like, what are they going to do? You know, they can start a costly war. They could yell at you, assassinate some people. Like they're not going to do anything. And even China doesn't want to do anything. They're just going to bark. So you just let them bark so you don't have to make them prove themselves. And we all move on and make tons of money.
टुकड़ियों को युद्ध के लिए तैयार करो
1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be a little hard, but I'll do it. This one's going to have to be all the artilleries. Okay. Down. Ah, perfect. Perfect.
हाँ सर हाँ सर बिल्कुल अभी बैटरी रिपोर्ट कर रहा है
Excuse me.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है सर। आगे बढ़ो।
No, they're not in range yet. Come on. Take the bait. Oh, Biden. Horses are the best things to blast with cannonballs. Horses and elephants. Can't miss. Well, the poor elephants and horses are being pressed into service to wreck me. So unfortunately, in this case, it's going to be camels, no horses. Camels are going to be catching cannonballs. They're out of range, but I might be able to land a shot. I have to bait the enemy in, but he does not want to attack. I don't have the manpower to go attack him. I gotta bait him in.
General staff.
I don't know how to get him to attack. Maybe I'll move my general up. Maybe that'll convince him to attack. I need to weaken his forces with my artillery first because he has like vastly superior numbers to me. And they're not a problem, but if they all attack at once, they'll be a problem. But enjoy the tray moments. You didn't have a stash the last time. You got all cleaned up. The last one I saw. Is he still doing the angle where it's like him at his computer with the camera up in the air? The whatever that's called. The Instagram angle.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है। अभी इसी वक्त। जनरल स्टाफ ड्यूटी पर मौजूद हैं। ईश्वर ने चाहा तो। हाँ सर। जनरल स्टाफ सर। तुरंत। आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है। हाँ सर। आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है। कर रहे हैं। आदेश। हट रहे हैं। हाँ सर। जनरल और स्टाफ आपकी सेवा में हाजिर हैं।
Probably sporting his merch. Is it an Ape Nation shirt?
पालन किया जा रहा है।
Oh. I thought he half tempted he would do it in a muscle shirt. But at least he's dressing up for the occasion. Give him credit, you know. He's getting national airtime. Nothing wrong with that.
आदेश।
Yeah.
ईश्वर ने चाहा तो। तुरंत। आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है। आगे बढ़ो। जनरल और स्टाफ आपकी
Come on. This has got to be tempting. Okay, they're reacting to what? Nothing. Ugh. Oh, they're thinking about my elephants. Okay, that's gonna trigger the fight. Time to go home.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है।
They really wearing chainmail? Oh my god. They're wearing chainmail in a desert. Oh, that's gotta...
गोली चलाओ। तुरंत।
Get them, bayonets. Bayonets are awesome. Make short work of anyone that doesn't have a bayonet.
अभी इसी वक्त यहाँ पकड़ो। गोली चलाओ। अभी इसी वक्त। हाँ सर। अभी इसी वक्त।
Not bad. Exactly. Exactly, Stacy. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's just a matter of reacting to what's going on, right? And that's why people in the media have, you know, a duty to not trade stocks kind of deal. Because you can just play that, right? Exactly. Any news is good news. The worst case is that people don't know you're alive. Exactly. Wow, this is going to be a long, protracted battle.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है। आगे बढ़ो। आगे बढ़ो। सब आपकी सेवा में हाजिर है। पालन हो रहा है। आगे बढ़ो। अभी इसी वक्त। हाँ सर। अभी इसी वक्त।
Gotta try to bait these guys into my cone of fire. Which is halfway.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है।
Well, Ford probably can't go up really high because of its share delusion, right? It's just, even though it's great news, their share price is so diluted that it takes so much to bring it up. See if I can snipe some of them. I think this is the most micromanaging I've ever done in this game. They've left their artillery exposed. This is where horses would have been useful. Horsemen can't hurt you in a house. My cannon still can hurt though. Should be able to shoot that far though. No? Hmm. Okay, horse is buggered off. That took out 20 people. Where the hell are they going? Oh, their morale broke. Great. Alright, we're gonna have to do this the hard way.
Well, the markets are definitely looking like they priced it in. But AMC is a different horse, right? Yeah, it's usually what happens, yeah. Okay. Now they're in range. Slightly in range. Lob some cannonballs. Or actually, better yet.
आदेश पालन किया जा रहा है
Ooh, that just cut a hole right through the camels.
आगे बढ़ो
बिल्कुल अभी
That building's blocking their artillery. I hope. Yeah, I haven't lost anybody. No.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है
Let's see if I can lure somebody out.
आदेश का पालन हो रहा है हट रहे हैं आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है आगे बढ़ो
हाँ सर
आगे बढ़ो
आदेश पालन किया जा रहा है
So one of the tactics here with line infantry, you see how it's like this? Then you swing your side so it's like that. And the enemy that's trapped in the middle gets effed. Since muskets, if you're firing on an L, you can guarantee, for the most part, you're not going to hit your people. But if you're firing anything like a V, you'll start shooting your own people. And I have to make sure that no matter what, I stay out of the way of the artillery. Because it will, some of them will fall short.
अभी इसी वक्त हाँ सर
Yeah.
अभी इसी वक्त
Speaking of which,
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है अभी इसी वक्त
nice. Wipe them out.
हाँ सर आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है जनरल सिस्टम सर ईश्वर ने चाहा
I should route as soon as I hit them in the side with reinforcements.
आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है।
Oh, that took a while, but she's done. That first group didn't route. It would have been a little bit easier. So I took on a force that was 30% bigger than me. I wiped them out pretty much. And I lost 200 people. So a third of my forces. Jeez. Not bad. Very definition of divide and conquer there. I only got one more to go on this peninsula. Sweet. Yeah, GME is starting to get an uptick too. Get GME back on the board here. GME is going into a rally. So that should be good for us. And the Dow is starting to curve up too. So both of those should add up to up. Woot, woot. Make some scratch today.
Your Majesty, अगले आदेश का इंतजार है। सुअर बाड़े में सड़ रहे हैं। युद्ध का बिगुल बजा दो।
All right, this is going to be an easy fight. Outnumbered by peasants. That's why the whole British thing where they stood and they just took shots and kept walking, it's basically whoever has a morale break first loses the war, and the Romans knew that, and they exploited it. And so, of course, the British, trying to win every battle, if your guys stood to the last man, they might run with only 10% losses, and you're still standing with 60% losses. And as long as you're still standing, you won. Now, it's not completely true, but when you're fighting for land, it's true. Modern combat, you avoid losses. You can always get the land back, right?
बैटरी रिपोर्ट कर रहा है।
Okie dokie. So we tested it in bounce. No biggie. Watching from the bus stop. Ooh. The 2 o'clock drop.
खाना रिपोर्ट कर रहा है। गोली चलाओ। खाना रिपोर्ट कर रहा है।
All right, here we go. Start lobbing shots at these guys. Perfect, that's the guy. Good.
They're just getting pummeled.
हाँ सर अभी इसी वक्त आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna go up. So we didn't go down. We built a base. So looks good. Man, my artillery groups need an accuracy lesson. They're nothing like French or British artillery. Oh yes, it is time for EOD. You're right. Alright, I'm going to go back to the old form for today, just because everyone's going to be probably really close to each other. This guy is not an AMC shareholder. Fuck him. Sir, you don't need to do this. Excellent. AMC to the moon. That's how you get out of it. Do you have any bias towards the accused? Yes, he's not a shareholder. Oh, I'm gonna have to pause this. Of course, the enemy's gonna start moving. Okay. Rick D225. You're not banned. I was just I don't, the chat moves, so I don't always see it. All right. See you, Michael. FOC.
Trent 6120. And the rest of them can give me their numbers. Okay. People were having problems with the chat earlier too. I think Augie was having problems. Me? Yeah.
को युद्ध के लिए तैयार करो।
Whew. There's a bit of a push. I expected 60 to have a, there we go, a little bit of resistance. Just YOLO'd it. Oh, 50, 50, 65, 1. Oh, no one's even at 65. It's all good. Well, it pays to be optimistic. Look at that volume. Yeah, the volume just woke up from the dead. You can pretty much put the last 20 minutes in that volume.
शिविर बनाओ। रुको।
You brought the volume back from the bus stop. Quality. Oh, I'm looking forward to post-market nap. It's been a long day. Oh my god. Raising an army one person at a time. Oh, AI. Whew.
The ruling classes have written a letter of demands to your national leader as they are unhappy with the current government. Failure to comply will lead to an organized rebellion against you. Acquiescence at this stage could lead to further demands. Where exactly will you draw the line?
मेरा विनम्र सेवक।
Two cannons. 4 right. I can
तुम
do it.
बहुत सवाल करते हो।
Oh, I can even auto do it. Meh, I'll have some fun. Ugh. Yeah, Robin Hood Instant I thought was margin. Don't let fear control you. All right, one last hurrah.
आदेश पालन किया जा रहा है सर। हाँ सर। बिल्कुल अभी। हाँ सर। आदेश पालन किया जा रहा है। हाँ सर।
आदेश,
बिल्कुल अभी। हाँ सर।
आदेश।
सर। बिल्कुल अभी। हाँ सर।
पैदल सेना रिपोर्ट कर रही है।
बिल्कुल अभी। सर। हाँ सर।
हाँ सर।
बिल्कुल अभी।
हट रहे हैं।
Nah, I can't figure out how to look. Okay, yeah, I couldn't figure out how to look it up. I can only see the broader picture.
Good. Glad it fixed itself.
हाँ सर
सवार दल रिपोर्ट कर रहा है
आगे बढ़ो
हाँ सर बिल्कुल अभी
These camel gunners are basically like shotguns. Guys shooting bows and arrows at me.
Shoulder cam.
Isn't it already reinstated? Or stated?
I didn't think they turned it off. Oh, they're about to get murked. Guess who's behind you? Guys with swords. Evidently, they can't run that fast. Everyone outruns them. All right. Last 20 minutes or so. Getting there. I need some better cannons.
हाँ
शिविर बनाओ सेना
Red's not trying that much either. Volume is slowing down. We're trading sub 20,000 every 5 seconds. Gone sleepy time. Which means we're most likely to do this if it stays sleepy time. With a slight maybe downwards turn
If the volume ramps up, then we're probably going to go over 60 because we'll hit it and then we'll do that. Only if we got the volume. So we'll see.
The ruling classes have written a letter of demands to your national leader as they are unhappy with the current government. Failure to comply will lead to an organized rebellion against you. Acquiescence at this stage could lead to further demands. Where exactly will you draw the line?
जवानों आगे बढ़ा दो घेरा डालना आरंभ
Oh,
करो
that is a lot of peasants. Oh man, I could actually win this too. You know what? Save the game. Okay, this is gonna be one hell of a fight. $61.90.
शेकर्स सर आदेश
Oh, balls. Artillery's gonna be friggin' useless. Great. There's a giant hill between me and the enemy.
आदेश
हाँ सर
हाँ सर
बिल्कुल अभी हाँ सर अभी हाँ सर बिल्कुल अभी
Okay, last 15.
firing. Why? Nothing's in range. Smash the walls. Catch it with your face. Come on, shoot the holes. Last 10 minutes. Last 9.
अभी इसी वक्त हाँ सर अभी इसी वक्त
बिल्कुल अभी
Oh my god, look at how many.
चिल्ड्रन स्टाफ ड्यूटी पर मौजूद हैं अभी इसी वक्त आदेशों का पालन हो रहा है अभी इसी वक्त
Alright, trampling time with the elephant. Come on. Oh, I lost my general. Oh my god, there's so many people. Last 6 minutes.
Pretty much a visual representation of the stock market right there.
हाँ सर
अभी इसी में पालन हो रहा है رحنا كول اور رحنا كول
Wow, Cedra, you're channeling your Innish Turkish. Bro, dude, my guy, bro, bro.
رحنا كول
बिल्कुल अभी
رحنا كول اور انتظار مغلق
4 minutes.
عاجل مبادرة عاجل مبادرة गोली भरो عاجل مبادرة
Daddy, no. Well, FOC's gonna win it. Jeez, there's so many of them. Okay, last 30 seconds.
आदेश पालन किया जा रहा है हाँ सर
5870.
हाँ सर बिल्कुल अभी
So
हाँ सर
I don't know who's closer. I guess it's, oh no,
बिल्कुल अभी
last minute push.
हाँ सर
Oh shit. Well, the win was snatched from FOC unless there's a last minute slap. And game. Okay, took a second to settle. 5894.
हाँ सर
Hmm.
किया जा रहा है
I guess G Stonk's closest.
हाँ सर
Yeah, exactly. Let me just
बिल्कुल अभी
go and check. Take a look. 58. Yeah, it's closer to 59 than it is 56. All right. Does my math seem all right there? Because, yeah, FOC should be 2 away, where G-Stonk is 1 away. No, I already checked Yahoo. It's 58.92. 2-cent difference. All right, G-Stonk, we're going to give it to him. That's his 3rd win. Cool. Well, that's game. So, 2nd. Okay. I should really write this down. But, yeah, you'll get to set the message of the day tomorrow. And, yeah, see you all in the Discord. Or tomorrow, whichever comes first for you. It was a little slow at the end there, but a decent day nonetheless. Yeep. Exit music. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Here we go. And there's the Discord for those who need it. See ya.